interference in this one. These guys are also going to go. Here we go.
I'll get out of your way. Yeah.
Secretary, do you have a deal on TikTok?
Good afternoon. First of all, I want to thank the King, the government of Spain, for this fantastic venue. It was a good location to speak with the Chinese. We have a framework for a TikTok deal. The two leaders, President Trump and Party Chair Xi, will speak on Friday to complete the deal, but we do have a framework for a deal with TikTok.
When do we get to see the framework?
Mr. Secretary, this morning you said that there were some aggressive asks from the Chinese side on TikTok. Did you have to make any concessions to get to a deal, and if so, what were those concessions?
That we had very good discussions. We preferred to keep the discussions on TikTok. We will be holding trade negotiations in about a month again at a different location, but we talked about many things that we might do in the future.
Mr. Secretary, will you reach a trade deal with China before the APEC meeting at the end of October?
That remains to be seen, and it remains to be seen whether we will meet with them before the APEC meeting or after.
What happens with the algorithm for TikTok? Does it become U.S. owned, or does Google own it?
Yeah, we're not going to talk about the commercial terms of the deal. It's between two private parties, but the commercial terms have been agreed upon. We discussed a wide range of issues.
What's the most impressive feature for the Chinese delegation?
I'll let Ambassador Greer.
I would say the thing that is notable about this, and it may not seem, this is like touching my chest, thanks. The thing that is notable about this is the great and deep respect that we have for each other. It's no secret that there are serious issues on trade, economics, national security between the United States and China. And I think we saw in the last administration, talks had essentially ceased. There were no channels. I mean, the fact is we could take a very challenging and prickly issue like the TikTok divestment and come to an agreement really within, a couple of days. Obviously, there were months and weeks before this, but to be able to come, sit down, quickly identify the issues, narrow them down to a very granular spot, and be able to come to a conclusion, subject to the leader's approval, I mean, that is remarkable. I mean, U.S.-China negotiations tend to go on for months and years without results, but I have to say, too, that President Trump played a role in this. We had a call with him last night. We had specific guidance from him. We shared it with our Chinese counterparts, and without his leadership and the leverage he provides, we would not have been able to conclude the deal today.
Yes, as Ambassador Greer said, that the getting to this framework was made possible by President Trump and the high regard that President Trump has for Party Chair Xi. So when the leaders have mutual respect, then the delegations have mutual respect. And as Ambassador Greer said, we were in substantial contact with President Trump last night and then again today.
Mr. President, will there be another round of trade?
Of course there will.
In November?
We haven't set a date yet, but I would imagine in the coming weeks.
You talk about Huawei with the Spanish government, about our contracts with Huawei, the Chinese company, that you are not happy about.
We had breakfast with the Spanish government today, and we talked about a variety of economic issues.
Does that include Huawei?
Is there any kind of the highest level meeting between Presidents Xi Jinping and Trump in the near future?
I don't think either the ambassador or myself want to get out ahead of the leaders. They'll be speaking on Friday, so that's for them to decide.
The
The topic of export controls did come up. Obviously, we always raised it with respect to things like rare earth minerals and magnets. The Chinese, just like they have for many years, they always raise export control, sanctions, tariffs, the whole list. We've essentially deferred discussion of those kinds of things to another time. We were very focused on TikTok and making sure that it was a deal that is fair for the Chinese and completely respects U.S. national security concerns. And that's the deal we reached. And of course, we want to ensure that the Chinese have a fair investment environment in the United States, but always that U.S. national security comes first.
Can you discuss any more details about the Spanish counterpart, way or trade or any other specific aspects you can talk about?
Yeah, it was a very broad ranging discussion. We gave them an update on the state of the U.S. economy, which is going very well thanks to President Trump. We received their views on trade, the European economy, and how the Spanish-U.S. relationship can be strengthened. We were told that Spain is opening a trade office in Houston, Texas, which we were very happy about.
And we talked about the progress of the U.S. EU trade deal, which brings great stability to both of our countries. We talked about Spain and how the United States has a trade surplus with Spain, which is a hallmark of a good, healthy trade relationship, so we commended them for that.
Spain is building ever stronger economic ties with China. What risks do you see in that relationship with Spain?
Well, any kind of agreement that we have with another country, or in this case with the European Commission, we want to make sure that the benefits of that agreement are between the U.S. And the EU and Spain as part of that. So obviously anytime we have a deal, we want to make sure that other countries aren't used as a jumping off point for Chinese trade, for example. If we're going to trade with China, which we will, want to have a deal with China. If we're going to have a deal with the EU about EU-US trade, we want it to cover US-EU trade.
Any more details?
Could you also discuss about purchasing Russian oil? So US requested China stop to purchase Russian oil.
It was mentioned, but not a centerpiece of the discussion.
Anti-money laundering is on the agenda. Do you anticipate any lowering of the fentanyl tariffs or anything on that matter?
Well, anti-money laundering is different than the importation of precursor drugs. The money laundering is the result of fentanyl sales, and both the People's Republic of China's government and the U.S. government and citizens are hurt by the money laundering. The money laundering cadres are actually the offspring of groups that are evading China's capital controls, and they have now morphed into money laundering for the Mexican drug cartels. So we discussed ways that we could work together, and the Chinese delegation was very keen to work with us. It was an area of extreme agreement.
What about the
Sorry?
Well, of course that came up. There was some discussion on where we stand. As you know, right now we have a 90-day pause in effect with respect to U.S. tariffs on China and Chinese severe controls on rare earth minerals. We have been renewing that pause periodically. The current pause is set to expire November 10th. We're certainly open to considering further action there. If the talks continue in a positive direction, the United States is receiving rare earths much better than they were before. However, there's still work to be done there.
Can you talk about NVIDIA?
We discussed the poor timing of the NVIDIA investigation the day of these talks.
How are the Fed interviews going?
I think we'll wait till we're back on U.S. soil to talk about that. One thing I will say is that I'm respecting the Fed's quiet period, which they have before every meeting, and so it's convenient for me to be here. So no current Fed officials are interviewed during the Fed quiet period.
Any more details about TikTok?
I think we'll wait for it to be confirmed by the leaders.
Can we say we have got another extension to TikTok Chinese company?
Well, on that point, we believe we have an agreement. It's just subject to the leaders' approval. So if you need to extend it by some period of time just to get it signed, etc., that's one thing. But we're not going to be in the business of having repetitive extensions. We have a deal. If there's some extension needed just to get it signed, etc. That's one thing. But there's just no ongoing extensions.
It would not have been extended without a framework.
Right.
Many other international politics have talked about this lot, about Ukraine, Russia.
We had a full menu for 2 days of talks.
Thank you very much.
Summarize the talk with some people.
Respectful, wide-ranging, in-depth. Any more words from you, Ambassador Greer?
Productive.
Yep, I think that's just about it for time, guys. We can take one last question if anybody has one.
Do we have a time frame for TikTok? The next few hours, might we hear, might we get some kind of release and more details? Will it remain on the Chinese, or is it going to switch to U.S. ownership? Any more details you can give us there?
Well, I think the framework is for it to switch to U.S.-controlled ownership. But again, I'm not going to get ahead of the leaders' call on Friday. We have a framework. They'll have to confirm the deal.
Great. Thank you so much, everybody, for coming. If you have any additional questions, please send them to the U.S. Embassy Madrid. Thanks very much.
All right.
Excuse, excuse. Thanks.
algo? ¿Te lleva tarjeta? Lo tienen todo ahí, ¿no? Toda la tuya.
am making a new request of Congress for an additional $13.5 billion in recovery assistance. And I'll be headed to Washington on Wednesday for meetings to further this request to our federal partners. Here's where the $13.5 billion needs to go. First of all, people still need to get back in their homes. Roughly 74,000 homes were damaged by the storm. Very few of those had flood insurance. These homeowners need a safe place to anchor their lives and remain in their community. They need help rebuilding their homes. The same goes for our small business owners, a second priority. 96% of small businesses in the area reported impacts from Helene. Western North Carolina's economy relies heavily on the strength of small businesses, and if we don't support those businesses, we will lose jobs and people will struggle to put food on the table. 6 out of 7 businesses have not yet reached their pre-Helene revenues. I thank HUD for working with us to approve North Carolina's action plan to utilize $1.4 billion in Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery. How's that for a mouthful? CDBG-DR is a flexible program that can support rebuilding homes, helping our small businesses, and repairing our infrastructure, which is important given the unique challenges of rebuilding in a mountainous region. While the CDBG-DR grant model, we can get building right away without the cash flow problems of reimbursement programs. HUD has been a good partner to North Carolina, and I want to build on that success. That's why I am requesting $8 billion in CDBG-DR grants to help us get the job done here in Western North Carolina. We're also asking for $400 million from the Small Business Administration to offer more forgivable loans to North Carolina small businesses. Our Small Business Initiative successfully awarded grants to 2,100 small businesses, but the demand for those grants far exceeded the supply. We want to build on that effort, because when small businesses succeed, we all succeed. Next, I'm requesting $2 billion in new FEMA funding from Congress. After Hurricane Katrina, Congress created special community disaster loans that enabled local governments to continue the basic work of running their cities, paying police officers, picking up trash. Western North Carolina towns and cities were forced to spend money that they didn't have to rescue people from disaster, and with so many people displaced and business activity diminished, there is no such thing as a stable source of revenue for these local governments. I'm requesting Congress make the same type of loan program available here as they did to people, towns, impacted by Katrina. The final major portion of this request relates to our roads and bridges. Hurricane Helene damaged 5,000 miles of state-maintained roads, as well as many private driveways and bridges. I am incredibly proud of North Carolina DOT's work to reopen more than 97% of state-maintained roads that were closed because of the storms. But we're still waiting on reimbursements for much of the work that's already been done, and it's not a matter of simply doing quick repairs to get the roads reopened. We've got to build roads that will last. For example, I-40 has reopened, and people use it to go to Tennessee and back on a daily basis. We were able to repair it so fast only by using temporary measures. To get I-40 back to full strength, it will take more than $1 billion. That is just one, albeit a very important, example. So I'm requesting nearly $2 billion in new funding from Congress, not just to restore our roads to normal, but also to protect them against future damage and build them back stronger than before. These 4 areas, restoring homes, supporting small businesses, bolstering local governments, and building roads that will last, make up the majority of the new $13.5 billion appropriation request of Congress. But that's not all we are seeking. We're still waiting on billions of dollars that Congress appropriated last December with the American Relief Act. We are grateful for the millions that have gotten signed off in recent weeks. They are essential and sorely needed, but we're waiting on billions. We're seeking $6 billion. Is that the president? The funds that have come through in recent weeks have been sorely needed, much appreciated, but we are waiting on billions. We are seeking $6 billion in either allocated or competitive awards from previously appropriated funds. So in this budget request, I am once again calling on federal agencies to take action to allocate these funds and get them out the door to help the people of Western North Carolina. A great deal over this past year of the progress that we've made together, and we will keep fighting every day to get people the help that they need. Because the people of Western North Carolina are not asking for a handout. They're asking for a hand up to get back on their feet. Recovery is a team sport. The state has been putting in money and effort. And 1 year after this terrible tragedy, it is time for our federal government to meet the needs of the people of Western North Carolina. Thank you, and I'm pleased to invite forward Senator Corbin, incredible partner in the General Assembly and one of the two excellent co-chairs of this advisory council. Senator.
Thank you, Governor, and I'd like to echo his thanks for this group that's standing behind me. Mayor Manheimer and I are pleased to be chairing this committee of very talented, nonpartisan leaders from every spectrum of Western North Carolina. So thank you for your time and your effort and your service. This is and continues to be a pleasure for us. Good morning. I'm here to lend my support to Governor Stein's request for $13.5 billion in new Helene funding from Congress. The North Carolina General Assembly has worked hard over the past year to come across our differences and focus on getting people the help that they need. Just this year, as Governor Stein referenced, we've passed 2 disaster relief bills that have totaled more than $1 billion in aid to Western North Carolina. If you go back late last year and total that up, it's about $2.2 billion, and that's with a B. And I believe, Governor, before now, the most that the General Assembly has ever allocated for storm relief is about $500 million. So we're already at 4 times that, and we have more money waiting to be allocated. I know that the legislature will continue to work together and work with Governor Stein to keep recovery efforts moving forward. However, we do need the federal government to continue to partner with us in this effort. Folks, we're talking about $60 billion in damages. That's way more than this state can pay for. Let me put that in perspective for you. Our budget for the entire year, this is everything the state pays for, schools, police, roads, is about $34 billion. So the damage is almost double the amount of our entire state budget. Our budget for the, we need federal help because of that. And $60 billion, folks, is not just a number. It's people getting a roof over their head, being able to put food on the table. At this point, I want to echo what the governor said. I want to personally thank President Trump. If that was him, tell him we'll call him back as soon as this is over. But we'll personally thank President Trump, Senators Budd and Tillis, Representative Edwards, for everything that they've done so far in getting us on the right track for recovery. And I urge them to stand by our side in this next phase. I look forward to working with the governor to encourage and support this request in D.C. So thank you. At this point, I want to introduce my co-chair, the mayor of Asheville, Esther Manheimer.
Thank you, Senator Corbin, and thank you, Governor. And standing here with me, it's been our pleasure to chair the Western North Carolina Recovery Committee. These are representatives from all across Western North Carolina. And we've been meeting in various communities and been able to see firsthand what these communities experienced through this hurricane. I'm going to talk a little bit about what our challenges are in Asheville, but I think they're representative of all the affected towns and counties that were hit by Hurricane Helene. In Asheville, we've come a long way this past year as we approach this 1-year milestone. A lot of services have been restored, like water and power, community communications, and many of our roads, not all of our roads, but many of our roads. But now we're moving into the period of long-term recovery. Our unemployment rates are still too high. They have not recovered to pre-storm lows. Many of our businesses, especially those near the French Broad River and the Swannanoa Rivers, were significantly damaged or destroyed, and they're still working to reopen. Some have managed to reopen, some still have not. The infrastructure damaged by the floods that supports these businesses also needs repair and rebuilding. And many of our parks along the river, including playgrounds, a swimming pool, soccer fields, a golf course, multi-use paths that are normally enjoyed by thousands, are in need of repair. Some stormwater and water infrastructure is still in need of either repair or significant improvement to make us more resilient in the face of future events. And we still need to get rid of debris and destroyed structures that linger on private property and make our city look much less welcoming to locals and visitors alike. The city is also undertaking the massive job of removing debris in the 20,000 acres of watershed property around the Norfolk Reservoir, which is why it is so important that during this time and through this hurricane season, FEMA continues to support the cost of operating the temporary water filtration system built by the Army Corps of Engineers that is located at the reservoir. Even with this work ahead of us, today, almost 1 year later, Asheville is open for business. But every investment, every dollar of support will help us continue our journey of recovery and help us to rebuild an economy better than ever, to not only host those who want to visit, but provide jobs and quality of life for those that live there. Recovery costs money, more money than any city or county in Western North Carolina can manage, even from a cash flow standpoint. We continue to work to recover, all while waiting for FEMA to reimburse us. And I will say as an aside, I know there's a lot of staff here from cities and counties, how much time it's taking out of our lives every day just to fight to be reimbursed for the funds that have already been allocated by Congress. We need to do other important recovery work rather than continuing to advocate for these vital reimbursements. I am grateful for the reimbursements that have come through, but the lag time makes it that much harder for us to do our jobs. So I stand with Governor Stein and his request for more help from Congress. We've come so far, but we have a long way to go. And now I'm going to thank you all and turn it back over to the governor.
Happy to take questions, either the senator, mayor, or I, or anyone else. Some of it is that the work is yet to be done. The DOT has not repaired every road, but they have repaired many more roads than they've been reimbursed. There was news or two ago about the Secretary of Homeland Security approving funds that were on her desk. She has to now approve every reimbursement in excess of $100,000, and that was slowing things down dramatically. She has approved a number of those funds. Great news, we don't have access to that money yet because they've created a third bureaucratic level of review called Defend the Spend, and it's in this DOGE committee, and that can take another 30 to 90 days. So we're getting approved by FEMA. Then, and that used to be it. Once that happened, you used to be able to get the money and get it right back to these local governments. Now it needs to then be approved by the Secretary of Homeland Security. That used to be it. Now it has to be approved by DOGE. And so all of this is slowing down the reimbursements, which means these local governments do not have cash flow. This is for projects they've already done that were approved, and they're just waiting on the reimbursement, and it's taking way too long. Yeah. Today, that I can't tell you. It's a fair question, and your point is correct, in that the 9% is what we've either received or have been awarded. So, for instance, the $1.6 billion in CDBG-DR money that we've been awarded, we haven't received that money yet. We've spent just a fraction of it. DOT has another billion something dollars that have been allocated, awarded, but we haven't received that money yet. So what we want is over the end period to be able to make sure that North Carolina is fairly treated. The federal government has been a good partner, and I want to echo what Senator Corbin said. Our two United States senators, Senators Tillis and Budd, Representative Edwards, the entire delegation, they've been championing Western North Carolina. We just need, this is the next step, and this is the time when they need to step up and make another major appropriation. I'll have to get back to you on that. All I know is that these extra layers of bureaucratic review is slowing down the reimbursement to these local governments. Yes, FEMA plays a critical role. I think everyone up here will say that their experience with FEMA generally was positive. It played a constructive role in the immediate response and then the starting of the recovery process. But it is too slow, and it can be restructured. It can be reformed. It can be improved so that the funds come quicker. The funds can be used for more than just getting a house back to the state of repair it was before the storm, but actually can be used to strengthen and improve a home. Because right now, you get money immediately to help with your home right after the storm from FEMA. Then you have to wait a year, sometimes 2 years, to get the HUD money to improve your home. And that's just, it adds expense, it adds time, it adds inconvenience. So there are ways that we can streamline the recovery process, and we will be working with the administration to do just that. All right. Thanks, everybody, for being here.
Trains on time? That's you. Like many of you, I grew up singing that song. We sang it at camp, on holidays, and in school. And it has no genre. It's been performed by country, soul, gospel, and Latin rock artists like Carlos Santana, Pat Boone, Johnny Mathis, Gladys Knight, Nat King Cole, and Mahalia Jackson. But here's its history. It was written back in the 1950s for a group of teenagers from different religious, racial, cultural, and economic backgrounds. And they were brought together in California at a workshop designed to create friendship and understanding through education. The teens said singing it helped them to create a climate where we would have world peace and understanding. And I've been thinking about that a lot this past week, especially in the context of education. This is National Arts and Education Week. It's a time to celebrate and recognize the importance of arts education. Maybe you wonder why. There are many reasons, and here's three. Students do better in school when they have arts education. Arts education inspires creativity, which is important for economic growth and innovation. And importantly, the arts help heal, and students and our nation need healing. First, scores of studies over several years show that students do better in all subjects when they have arts education. Unfortunately, arts education is often seen as an extra or it's cut because it's not included in national test scores, but that's very short-sighted. Arts education has a remarkable and positive effect on students' academic, social, and emotional outcomes, including higher test scores, more compassion for others, and fewer disciplinary problems. It also keeps students interested in school, improves attendance, and increases graduation rates. And arts education benefits every student, even in preschool. A recent study showed that students in an arts integrated preschool showed 3 times the growth in vocabulary compared with a similar program without the arts. Now that's something to celebrate. Second, arts education will prepare students for the jobs of today and tomorrow. Many people talk about the 4 C's of job skills for the 21st century: collaboration, creativity, communication, critical thinking. I'll add a 5th, confidence. I visited Kotama Elementary, an arts-integrated STEAM school in my home state of Oregon, where 2 6th grade students explained how they made a stop-motion animation film about cell division. Now that was very impressive, and they were very confident. And with more technology and artificial intelligence, students will need skills to observe, to analyze, to question, and to consider multiple perspectives. It's not just answering questions, it's knowing what questions to ask. And these skills are all enhanced with arts education. There are millions of jobs in the arts and culture sectors across the country. When you listen to music or watch a TV show or a movie or play a video game, those are all created by artists. But collaboration, creativity, communication, critical thinking, and confidence, those help in any career and in life. And finally, the arts heal, and we need that now. The brain research is there. The arts improve health and well-being. A few years ago, I met 2 students at Aloha High School in Oregon. They were in a music class. They were high school students, and I asked them what they liked about the class. They told me they had both lost family members during COVID. So they wrote a song about it, and they said when they sang, it made them feel better. In fact, the former Surgeon General, Vivek Murthy, said, "Music is medicine," and research continues to show the healing power of the arts. The VA runs a successful arts therapy program for veterans with PTSD. And world-renowned soprano Renee Fleming recently released Music and Mind, a new book about harnessing the arts for health and wellness. It's full of examples, stories, and research. So for today's children and young adults who will be tomorrow's leaders, I urge all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support the bipartisan Arts Education for All bill. For those keeping track, it's HR 2485. And fully fund the Every Student Succeeds Act, especially Title I and Title IVA. It's so students do better in school and become creative, critical thinkers. It's so our economy can thrive because the next generation will know how to collaborate and communicate and come up with new ideas and new ways to solve problems. And it's so young people and people of every generation can learn more about each other's ideas and culture, and we can work on healing. I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Dr. Fox, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to recognize a dear friend and former colleague, Patrick McHenry. This week, the United States Capitol Historical Society is recognizing Patrick as a recipient of the Freedom Award. The award serves to recognize and honor individuals and organizations that have advanced greater public understanding and appreciation for freedom as represented by the U.S. Capitol and Congress. Madam Speaker, there's no question in my mind that Patrick McHenry deserves this award and continued praise for his service to the nation and to North Carolina. Congratulations, Patrick, on this recognition for your patriotism, for being a wonderful role model, and for your overall service to the nation. May God continue to bless you, and may he continue to bless your wonderful family. I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In 1958, former Prime Minister of Great Britain, Harold Macmillan, paraphrasing a remark from Winston Churchill 4 years earlier, left us with the great expression, "Jaw, jaw is better than war, war." It's because of our great power that our rivals seek to end the American way of life through direct or gray zone war, attacks by cyber or economic destruction, and we certainly, and we should and routinely jaw with those great powers about our possible shared objectives and deep concerns. However, in the instance of Tsar Putin, he has never been interested in jaw. He's a creature of his KGB upbringing. There was no jaw with the Chechens in 1999. There was no jaw with the Georgians, only tanks in 2008. There was no jaw, only propaganda, corruption, and death in Putin's approach to Ukraine during President Obama's administration. Under President Obama, Putin conducted his overt and covert actions in Ukraine with some 10,000 Ukrainians killed in the fighting, including 2,000 civilians. Yet Obama and his European allies simply looked down at their shoes. In 2014, Putin took Crimea without firing a shot. Putin is a disgrace to the rich cultural history of the Russian people and has thoroughly corrupted a false and bordering on insane historic narrative regarding his threats and ambitions in Ukraine. America, as the instrumental force inside the transatlantic nation, remains ready to stand shoulder to shoulder to back this European resolve. This is something that neither Obama nor Biden would do. They simply took the easy way out by agreeing to whatever the weakest European voice was at the time. This European attitude of, "Here, let me hold your coat," has plagued and frustrated all American presidents from Eisenhower to Trump. Jack Kennedy famously called out their unwillingness to pay for their own defense, stating how wrong it was to let the Europeans live off the fat of the land in American economic and military security. Madam Speaker, here's what needs to happen now. The United States and our European allies must agree that we will not support the immoral importation of Russian oil and gas. Europe has affordable, effective alternatives. The United States and our European allies should work through sanctions and other forms of economic statecraft to communicate firmly and consistently to large non-European buyers of Russian oil and gas. The time is to act now. Congress should act immediately by passing Congressman Zach Nunn's Bipartisan Peace Act. This proposal would finally kneecap Russia's energy revenues, which still total some $200 billion per year. This would impose secondary sanctions on the country, including on Gazprom and Rosneft. It passed out of my committee, the Financial Services Committee, by a vote of 53-1. It would be the first intensive sanctioning of the Russian banking industry since the invasion. Under Congressman Nunn's Peace Act, the U.S. would take Russian sovereign assets that have been immobilized and yet let the Ukrainians use them to purchase defensive weapons. Congress should also fully consider, debate, amend, and pass sanction legislation offered by Senator Lindsey Graham, which has 84 co-sponsors, and its companion bill in the House, sponsored by Congressman Brian Fitzpatrick. The President should, as a part of the newfound backbone of the G7, fully implement the REPO Act, which I worked on diligently with former Foreign Affairs Chairman Michael McCaul and Senate Foreign Relations Chair Jim Risch. This measure, signed into law in 2024, puts direct and immediate heat on Russian sovereign assets held outside the country. Here again, we need the Europeans to step forward. In 2024, in the spring, the Council of Europe actually fully supported this idea with a 100% vote. Congress should also authorize funding for the U.S. Geological Survey to fully review all Soviet-era geological surveys of Ukraine, both in the contested Donbass region as well as in free Ukraine, and provide Congress and the administration with an up-to-date assessment of the strategic minerals available for Ukraine's further economic development. The time for action is now. Apparently, Putin needs more unified pressure to convince him that, in fact, jaw is better than war. Let's not look back with regret that Congress did not act in the face of Putin's corrupt, catastrophic, and contemptuous regime that laughs in the face of his European neighbors and our American president. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. On the occasion of her retirement, I rise today to recognize the extraordinary public service of Julie Tagan, who has served over the last 9 years in a succession of critical posts for me as my Chief of Staff, as my Staff Director, when I was the ranking member of the House Oversight Committee, as my Staff Director, as the ranking member on the House Judiciary Committee, and always as a cherished friend, a trusted advisor, and an active constituent. A native of Philadelphia, who unfortunately never recovered from her love of Philly sports teams, Julie is a graduate of the University of Maryland. She is a devoted Terp, a lover of the Eastern Shore, and a true blue Marylander. She's had a dazzling career in politics and public service, a Capitol Hill veteran of 20 years. She's been a powerful force for good on the Hill, who has always worked to bring our government closer to the needs and the values of our people. I first met Julie in 2016 when I was running for Congress in Maryland's 8th District. I was fortunate that Terry Learman, who was Chief of Staff to Steny Hoyer, introduced me to Julie from Silver Spring, and off we went. I'll never forget the long hike that Julie and I took through Rock Creek Park as we discussed her storied career in public life, working for former Congressman Alan Grayson, the National Association of Retired Federal Employees, the Democratic National Committee, Howard Dean, the Gay and Lesbian Victory Fund, and the Human Rights Campaign. For this freshman member of the House from Maryland 2017, Julie quickly amassed a top-tier team and got our House office up and running. With my amazing District Chief Kathleen Connor, Julie saw my office through good times and bad, legislative victories and government shutdowns, the COVID-19 pandemic, the January 6th insurrection, and the second impeachment trial, through sickness and through health, and all of the public and private trials and traumas of our days. Julie has great political instincts and amazing historical awareness. She is unflappable, she is understated, and she is always kind. She has a marvelous sense of humor. She's quick to laugh. She always finds the time to help a friend or a colleague in need, and she's been a mentor to generations of junior staffers. Countless young, eager public servants have sought her out for advice and insight. She's taken many of them under her wing and connected them with different ways to serve on Capitol Hill and our people in the government. Finding someone like Julie is a very special thing on Capitol Hill. She can get almost anybody in Washington on the phone, but she always makes time for all of our constituents in Maryland's beautiful 8th District. I will miss her daily compassion, her wisdom, her excellent advice. I will miss her irrepressible love for Bruce Springsteen and the E Street Band, and we went to several concerts together. But I know that Julie has many new adventures ahead of her and many great battles to fight, along with her amazing wife, Dee, and their two fantastic kids, Carly and Natasha. On behalf of the people of Maryland's beautiful 8th Congressional District, On behalf of all the members of Team Raskin, past and present, I want to thank Julie Tagan for her remarkable service to our country, our Congress, our people, and our democracy, and we wish you Godspeed in all of your projects ahead. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak on the importance of the National Defense Authorization Act that I proudly supported on the House floor just last week. This bill will implement President Trump's Peace Through Strength agenda by restoring our military's lethality and accountability. Components of the NDAA will bring an end to the dangerous left-wing ideologies that have been incorporated into our military. For far too long, wokeism has been prioritized in our military. This bill signals the change that once again puts our service members first. Additionally, the NDAA secures the Made in America military equipment to provide our troops with the best tools that are made by hardworking American hands, not by foreign companies. This bill tackles our nation's weak supply chains and diminishing manufacturing by bringing American industries back to the table. This legislation will save billions of taxpayer dollars by reducing inefficient and unnecessary funding for defense programs. The NDAA builds on efforts started in the Working Families Tax Cuts to stimulate our economy and to bring jobs back home. Thank you. Madam Speaker, last week, President Trump took executive actions to address misleading prescription drug advertisements. This action will direct the Secretary of Health and Human Services to ensure that full and accurate information on the risks associated with prescription drugs. It works to prohibit pharmaceutical companies from promoting drug usage over lifestyle changes. This will also eliminate the inappropriate intervention between a patient and the patient's doctor. Unregulated prescription drug advertising often misinforms the public about a drug's full risks and about their potential benefits. This initiative by President Trump delivers on a promise to put Americans first by promoting a high degree of transparency. I strongly support President Trump's action to address this issue to ensure that patients can once again rebuild their trust in the American health system. Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the Fayette Volunteer Fire Company of McAllisterville in Juniata County, Pennsylvania, for their 100 years of service. The selfless spirit of the officers and members has characterized the company since it was founded in the summer of 1925. Whether responding to calls, participating in training, or sponsoring fundraising, these incredible volunteers engage at the highest level of commitment. A faithful observance of duty has been the keystone of the Fayette Fire Company's mission. These initiatives will continue to positively influence current and future members. On behalf of everyone in the 13th Congressional District, I congratulate the Fayette Fire Company of Juniata County on its 100th anniversary and express my personal thanks for their distinguished legacy of community service. Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the milestone anniversary of the Williamsburg Public Library in Blair County, Pennsylvania, as they celebrate 75 years of service. The methods that Blair County residents access information have changed since the library system was established in 1950. However, the mission of the library system remains the same: to provide materials and information services for lifelong learning, enrichment, and reading. It has often been stated that libraries aren't about the books, it's about the people. Nowhere is that perspective more clearly evident in form and in function than the Williamsburg Public Library. on behalf of everyone in Pennsylvania's 13th Congressional District, I congratulate the residents of the borough of Williamsburg on this incredible milestone and express gratitude to the library team for their enduring commitment to promoting the joys of lifelong learning through reading. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Larson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First and foremost, I rise today with our deepest condolences for the family of Charlie Kirk. Violence of any kind, and especially violence that we've seen in this country way too often, should never be condoned. And whether it's the Kirk family or the families of the kids shot in Colorado, it is gut-wrenching and sorrowful that our nation continues to go through this plague of gun violence. Madam Speaker, it's 13 years since Sandy Hook in my home state of Connecticut. It's long overdue for Congress to have a vote. Universal background checks are common sense ways that we can deal with this, and I see no reason why we can't pass this as a Congress, and frankly, I believe that we should ban assault weapons as well. And hopefully, people come to their senses in this body, and minimally, for the families impacted in this and for our futures, that Congress take a vote. That's all that's required of us. And again, our hearts go out to the Kirk family and certainly of the families of the kid students at Evergreen High School in Colorado. Madam Speaker, I'm also here this morning because we have a resolution of inquiry that we've introduced to get the information from the whistleblower who has talked about what's happened to the more than 300 million Americans who depend on Social Security. This impacts all 435 congressional districts. Madam Speaker, you have 161,000 Social Security recipients in your district. I know that you do not stand for having their personal information gone through, looked over, and utilized for anything that was unattended, let alone having been taken from its secure position in Social Security and stored in a cloud that no one from the Social Security Administration has access to, and that makes everyone's information vulnerable. We're calling for DOJ to come before the Ways and Means Committee so that they can tell the American people, number one, why they needed to look at your personal data to begin with. And number two, what are they doing with it and why did they take it from a secure location? No one on DOJ has been vetted by the United States Senate or by Congress. None of them are accountable for what they're doing, and for the president to allow them to have access to every American's personal data is an outrage. And Democrats and Republicans should join together and do our responsibility as a separate branch of government, and the branch of government that has control over Social Security and make sure that these Doge individuals are held accountable. We demand answers. I'm proud to be joined by Rich Neal in making sure that on the Ways and Means Committee, the Committee of Cognizance for Social Security, that we have Doge come before us. If they're doing such a great job, if they're exposing all this so-called fraud and abuse, why aren't they in front of Congress telling us about it? And we demand the fact that they be accountable for what they've stolen and put into a cloud. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until 2 p.m. today.
child will never be at the lecture.
Oh, okay. Am I still filming that while someone's up there?
Let me ask Richard.
Okay.
That's actually a nice shot. Turn on the monitor. Yes. The two. But as Arnold is sitting. Yeah.
we'll push this guy out of the way. How you doing? Good, how are you? You want to put that front leg forward? No, that's about as far as I can. We're good. Yeah, we'll move. We can.
I just feel like this. Okay.
Tell us if you want to come up.
McNally Temple. I do a bunch of like way more money dumped into the ads now. It's freaking nuts. Really? Yeah, exactly. That'd be interesting. I'm gonna Google that. I'd be interested to see what makes what. How long have you been with ABC? Ever. Dang, that's crazy. Yeah. Probably like 12 to 15, depending on when the first few years of all the crazy shit interning and I kind of did all my company now is a marketing agency, and I have a few big brands where I do their like monthly marketing, but not the political or anything like that. Definitely some like sandwiches and salads for Menacing Farms and stuff like that. I fucking love it. Yes, when I was getting started at work with nonprofits, I got to make a switch to do more like creative interviews now. So I have a new fire that's but after the shoot some sandwiches.
The kid on the corner. before. It's like me when I was trying to get a 5 Mark II when it first came out, and I went to Calumet a long time ago. The guy said, well, you have so much gain. I said, how many cameras do you have? Because it was like not the school. And they just bought it, every single part.
Doing the Lord's work. Dude.
I know.
And I did no research, just my own demo.
Yeah, I mean now it's like you buy some like it doesn't matter. It's always no. I guess they're doing more like cinema cameras, right? Yeah, they're doing more remote. They have one that's really small. They have one that's small. Here comes, guys. Here comes.
Honored guests, please welcome the President of the University of Southern California, Byung-Soo Kim.
Good afternoon, everyone. The democratic values of open dialogue, free expression, and mutual respect have never been more important to USC or to our country than they are today. And so when I decided that we were going to celebrate at USC International Day of Democracy for the first time, I knew that I needed to find a very special person to make this event big. And so I thought, who could this person be? I was walking by Tommy Trojan and I thought, gosh, wouldn't it be cool if the person somehow resembled Tommy Trojan in terms of those bicep strength and the ability to bench press over 500 pounds, and maybe he played Hercules and been Mr. Olympia. Nah, we'll never find someone like that. And then I thought, well, whoever it's going to be, it's got to be someone who's going to really attract a lot of attention that everyone in the world knows. Someone who would cause the registration system for this event to actually crash due to oversubscription in the first minute that reservations were up. Someone, gosh, an international movie star. Wouldn't that be amazing? Nah, we'll never find someone like that. And then I thought, well, the person's at a minimum. There's got to be someone who has worked at the very highest level of government and politics and who is genuinely committed and passionate about reforming our democracy and making it work better. Nah, that person doesn't even exist. And then a light bulb went on. I FaceTimed a number, and up popped the Terminator. There may have been a donkey in back of him, and it was the special guest that we have today. He simply said, Byung, meet me in Santa Monica tomorrow. We'll talk. And here we are. There is no one in the world who has accomplished more in so many different fields than our special guest today. But whatever you call him, don't call him self-made, because along his incredible journey, there have been people who have been always willing to reach out and help him make the next step. And now, in what may be the most storied phase of his illustrious career, he's now doing the same for all of us. He is 100% focused on giving back and making an impact, whether it's through the USC Schwarzenegger Institute, which he helped found in 2012 to advance solutions that transcended partisanship and political gridlock. Thank you, USC Schwarzenegger Institute and Conyers, for making this event possible. Whether it's through his recent book, Be Useful, his online fitness guidance through Pump Club, his after-school program, After School All-Stars, or his leadership on global sustainability. He is, among many other things, an incredibly proud father, including of 2 USC alums, one of whom, Patrick, we've been seeing a lot of, and I mean a lot of, recently. He also has 2 nieces in the audience, and we could not be happier and more pleased to have former Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger here with us today. Please welcome him. Governor Schwarzenegger, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Hold on a second.
Did you see how easily he just opened that bottle? Governor.
Well, first of all, let me just say thank you for the wonderful introduction. And I know that you are a very smart person, very academic, and you're a great leader, extraordinary human being, but they did not know that you had such a great sense of humor. So congratulations to all of those things. And it is wonderful to be here and to have a packed room here today of students and friends. It is really wonderful. And I'm looking forward to having this discussion with you. It's absolutely right. He called me one day, actually FaceTimed me. That's the only way to get in touch with me, because I don't have an iPhone. I only have an iPad. And so that the FaceTime me and he said, how about doing this event and celebrating, this Democracy Day on September 15th. And I said, I'm in. Let's meet and let's talk about it, and here we are today. Yeah. So thank you.
Governor Schwarzenegger, I wanted to begin on a very serious and somber note. Last week, as everyone in this room knows, the country witnessed the most horrific murder of Charlie Kirk on a university campus in Utah. It was a highly disturbing event, and I know that it's shaken a lot of members of our community. And I wanted to ask you, what were your reactions to this event, and what can you say to help our community process what this event means for something that we all care so much about, which is even when we disagree with someone vehemently over politics, it should never, ever descend into violence of any kind.
Well, I was very, very upset that someone's life was taken because they have a different opinion. I mean, it's just unbelievable. I mean, this was a great communicator, a great advocate for the right, for Republican causes, and he had such a great way of communicating with the students that agreed or disagreed with him. And I just thought, it's a human being, a human life is gone. And he was a great father, a great husband, and I was thinking about his children. They will only be reading about him now, instead of him reading to them bedtime stories. I mean, it's just unbelievable of what is going on. So I was shocked when I saw this, as we all were. And I think that since then there are endless amount of debates about how do we stop this. But we have to acknowledge that the cause of all of this is the social media companies that are dividing us, the mainstream media companies that are dividing us, the political parties, the Democrats that are dividing us, the Republicans that are dividing us. So we're getting hit from so many different angles. And we have to be very careful that we don't get any closer to that cliff. Because when you fall down that cliff, down there is no democracy. So we have to be very, very careful. And I think it is very important that we turn this around. And that we show people power. Because the people can turn this around. The people have the ultimate power. And so this is why I recommend very strongly that people always say, well, what can I do? I'm just an individual. But each and every one of you in here can make a difference. You can show leadership. This is about leadership. This is the time to show leadership, where USC students from the Democratic Club to the Republican Club can get together. Imagine that you get together and you start having communications together and solving problems together. You will have the media turn out in no time and cover that story. And you will be an example for the rest of the nation and for all universities. How you get together. How you not see the other side as the enemy. Or to fight fire with fire, like they're saying today. Or to declare war on each other, as they're saying today. You can show leadership and you can get together and be this example. Because remember, the people power is the ultimate power. That's what democracy is all about. This is what democracy is all about. If you analyze the word democrat, I mean the Latin, demo, people, crat, power. That's what it is. People power. Not politician power, it's people power. So use that power instead of getting together and show to the country and the world that we can do it. Let's just do it, okay?
Charlie Kirk actually came to USC last year. I don't know if you know that, Governor, and he set up right in front of my office, right in front of Tommy Trojan. And what I remember so clearly is people would go up to the microphone. Some of them would agree with him. Some people would disagree with him. There were some expletives that were dropped, but there were so many students who wanted to hear the conversation, wanted to engage with his point of view. And I have to say, I think the event was a tremendous success because agree or disagree with what he had to say, it got everyone thinking more about what they believed.
You're absolutely correct, because I remember a lot of students that came to me afterwards, Democrats and Republicans, and said that they really enjoyed the event.
Yeah.
So yeah, you know, he was a fantastic communicator. No two ways about that.
I want to back up many years and ask you a question, and then we'll get back to some of these issues that we've been discussing. You grew up in post-war Austria, and I know that you said one of your earliest visions and ambitions was to come to the United States of America. And I wanted to ask you, where do you think that desire, that vision came from? And then, once you got to America, and I know you started off in Florida and then made your way to California, in what ways did it meet your expectations? And in what ways did it not meet your expectations after you actually came?
Well, first of all, it didn't have much to do, in a way, with democracy. Because when I was a kid, I saw black and white videos that they showed in school. And there was one video of America. And I saw this unbelievable high-rises, Empire State Building, the Golden Gate Bridge. I saw the 6-lane highways and freeways. I saw the huge cars with the big fins sticking out. So Hollywood, Muscle Beach. I mean, I saw all of this and I said to myself, what am I doing here in Austria? I should be over there. I want to be part of this. And so my desire was to come to America. And I had to kind of figure out how, and that's why I was more inclined towards the bodybuilding sport, because it felt like that was an American sport. And if I win the world championships, I will be invited over to America, and to come to America and then stay here. And that's exactly what happened. And I think that the first time at that age when I heard about democracy was really when I was competing in the bodybuilding world championship in East Berlin in 1966. And one of the weightlifters came up to me and said, what is it like over there? And I said, what do you mean, what is it like over there? And he said, well, I mean, you guys are free. You have democracy. You have the dictatorship here. Communism. And I said, well, I said, I don't even know how to compare the two. I said, because I've never really been over here on the east side. This is the first time I just arrived here to compete in this competition. And, but then when I left the competition, it was over, and the next day I went back to West Berlin, to the west side, and a friend of mine where I stayed took me then to the Axel Springer building. That was right there where the wall was. And we looked over to the other side, to East Berlin, and it was all gray and decrepit kind of buildings, old buildings, partially fallen apart, not kept up. The streets were kind of weird. There was no lights at night, nothing like that. And then I looked over to this side where I was, and I said, oh my God, there's all these modern buildings, and it's a beautiful place. And everyone was happy. So this is when I realized for the first time what he was talking about. You know, dictatorship, communism versus democracy. And I realized, oh, there's something there that we should be really thankful for. And I tell you, it made me, as I went on in time, it made me very proud actually of Austria. Because, I mean, that was part of the German regime. And the dictatorship, the evil, evil dictatorship. And then after the war, they realized that this was wrong. And they formed a democracy. And now this democracy is working like a jewel. It's fantastic. Austria has become really a great, great country because of that. And of course, America has always been a great example of that. And, you know, this democracy here has been, you know, around ever since its existence. And it has had, of course, its ups and downs. When you look at the history of America, But I think the important thing is that we all recognize that this democracy is not a spectator sport. Democracy is not a spectator sport. We got to participate. We got to participate. That is the important thing there. And everyone has the power to participate. I mean, there's so many people that say, well, what can I do? I mean, just ask yourself, do you vote every time? That's participating in democracy. I mean, if you think about students, if you look at the statistics, 1/4 of the students vote, and 3/4 of the students don't. So that doesn't mean that you're participating in democracy, and you're fighting for democracy. Or if you go around to people, not just students, but around to people and say, hey, do you know who your representative is in Sacramento? Who is your assembly person? Who is your senator? Or who is representing you in Washington? Most people don't even know. Then if you go even further and you say, have you ever communicated with them? Have you written to them? Have you phoned them? Have you FaceTimed them? Have you gone to the office? Majority of people say no. So, but that's how we participate in democracy. And that's how we strengthen democracy.
You mentioned bodybuilding as the vehicle you took in some ways to achieve your dream of making it to America. And when someone who doesn't know you that well looks at your journey from bodybuilding, being the greatest bodybuilder for years in the world, and then conquering Hollywood and becoming the most important and most coveted actor in Hollywood, and then taking that to politics, it looks like, boy, whatever this guy touches, whatever he does, he's just an immediate success. The guy has the Midas touch. Now, I think the story is actually a lot more complicated, right? Where, just like other people, you've experienced a lot of failure and setback, and still you've gotten back on your feet and kept going. Can you share with the students some of the failures and setbacks you've experienced, and what was it that made you get back up and keep moving forward?
Well, I think the most important thing is that we have a vision. You have to have a very clear vision of where you want to go. And then everything becomes a little easier because you know why. So when I went to the gym, I remember that the majority of guys always said, oh, I have to do another 500 sit-ups. All right, let's get going. 500 sit-ups. I never had that attitude. And the reason is because I, in my vision, was Mr. Universe. I saw myself very clearly on that Mr. Universe stage, with the trophy in the hand and making the flex of the bicep. And I said to myself that every rep that I do, the 500 sit-ups or another 500 squats, takes me one step closer to making that vision a reality. So I couldn't wait. I was excited for every rep, because every rep, one step closer, one step closer, one step closer to that goal, to becoming the world's greatest bodybuilder. So I was looking forward to it, and I had fun. And so when the press a lot of times came into the gym and covered bodybuilding, they always said, we only found one guy that was always smiling. And it was Arnold. Arnold was always smiling. And the reason was because of that. So it didn't matter if I failed on a 500-pound squat. It didn't matter if I failed on a 500-pound deadlift or on a 700-pound, bench press or whatever. It made no difference, because this was all to get to this end goal. And when it comes to failures, I always felt like that as long as you get up, you're not a failure. You can fail because if you decide that your best lift is 200 pounds in a squat, but you say, I'm going to try now 250, well, that means that you want to go and see how far you can go. But you may fail, but it doesn't mean you're a failure. It meant that you had courage. So I don't see it as failure. This is why it is important that we go all out, no matter what we do, until you fail. Because remember, the brain and the mind is like the muscle. And the muscle can only grow if you go towards failure. I can do 8 reps in the curl, and the 8th rep goes like this. Then the 9th one goes like, and then I do the 10th like that. And then which they call the forced reps. Then I do the 11th like that. And then the 12th rep, I scream loud. Pain. But what happened to the last 4 reps? The first 8 reps didn't make my bicep grow, but the last 4 reps made my bicep grow. So only through discomfort, ultimate discomfort, and pain, you can go and grow. The same is with the mind. The more you fail and the more obstacles you overcome and the more discomfort you overcome, the tougher you will get, and the more you can accomplish. So those that are seeking for comfort and for the easy route will always stay weak. Remember that. The only way you will get strong and successful is if you accept pain, discomfort. Sometimes you will cry. I remember there were nights when I came to America, the first Mr. Universe contest in America, I lost, like in second. It was painful. I was in a strange country, couldn't speak the language, and I lost. I cried all night. But the next morning I woke up. This was before Terminator, and I said, I'm back. I'm back. I said, now we're going to map out a program, and I'm going to win that competition. A year later, I won that competition, and then another federation's Mr. Universe. A year later, I won Mr. World and Mr. Olympia and everything. I won everything after that. So you have to go through those moments. It's the important thing. So never ever be afraid of failure. There's so many people out there that are afraid of failure, afraid of the unknown. Don't be afraid. Welcome it and go after it.
One of the visions that you ultimately developed, I think, surprised a lot of people. And that vision was to go into political life, which you did after becoming a giant movie star and of course, all of the bodybuilding achievements that you reached. I want to ask you a question going back to some comments you made earlier. You certainly learned a lot when you were in Sacramento. A lot about policy, a lot about politics, a lot about gridlock and partisanship and polarization. Nowadays, people talk a lot about what is wrong with our democracy and what's the reason it seems to be not functioning the way it's supposed to. Is it social media, which you mentioned? Is it partisanship? Is it economic inequality? Do you have any thoughts you can share as to what you think the greatest threat to democracy is today in the United States and in the world?
Well, let me first of all back up a little bit, because I think that you said, you got into the public arena and the governorship. The reason why I got into that, this was not my dream. when I was 20 years old or 15 years old or 25 years old. I wanted to be the most muscular man in the world, break all the records, get into movies and be another Clint Eastwood or Reg Park, who was playing Hercules on the big screen, and make millions of dollars. It's that simple. I said, for that I have to come to America. So I did. And I accomplished all of those things. But along the way, I was asked, because I was a bodybuilding champion, if I could train Special Olympians. I had no idea how to train Special Olympians, but I said right away, yes. It was in Wisconsin, a university in Wisconsin. And I said, yes. I flew up there, and I spent 3 days up there, and I, for the first time, trained Special Olympians. These were kids that were, this university did research on Special Olympics, and they were fascinated with this. And so there was a bench there was a barbell. I stripped the barbell down to just an empty bar, and I had the kids, there was 10 kids. I had them lie on the bench. I put the bar above them, and they did the reps. And then after the 4th kid, came the 5th kid. I put the bar on top of it. He started screaming, freaking out. He thought he's going to get crushed. And I took the bar off, and they all laughed at him, and they said, no, we don't laugh here. I said, we support each other. I said, just stay over here. I said, can you be my assistant coach? And he said, yes. I said, okay, next one did the bench press, the next one. And then we put on plates. And then we went through a whole round like this with plates on it. It was like 30 or 40 pounds on the bar. And then eventually I said, do you want to try it again with the empty bar? And he said, yes. And he laid down, and they put the bar on top of him, and he did 1 rep. And I said, wow, this is fantastic. And they all were applauding. I said, wait a minute. I said, you have so much power. I said, you just threw this weight up there. I said, do you mind if I put on 10-pound plates? No. I put on 10-pound plates. I said, give me a few reps. Boom, 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 like nothing, 5 reps. And then I said, do you mind if I put on 10 more pound plates on, 10-pound plates on? He says, no. So he did another 5 reps. So we took the weights off him, and I said, we were all cheering and just, congratulating him and all this. And from that point on, that kid got the confidence. Something that freaked him out with an empty bar, all of a sudden he was having on each side 2 10-pound plates. So it was over 50 pounds the weight. And so it was fantastic to see that. And I tell you that this whole day was like that. And I went home and I called my secretary, and she said, you sound so happy. I've never heard you like this before, Arnold. What is going on here? I mean, you didn't make any money. I said, no, I didn't. She says, this was not a big career move today. I said, no, it wasn't. She says, but you're so happy. I said, I think I'm happy because I was able to help people without ever thinking about myself. And I got kind of sucked into this, helping Special Olympians. I became then eventually the national coaching for the Special Olympics, created powerlifting for the Special Olympics, and then became the international coach for Special Olympics. And the next thing I know is, and it happened also to be that my mother-in-law, Eunice Kennedy Shriver, started Special Olympics. So she was very happy with me because I was so involved with Special Olympics, you can imagine. But she helped me build this powerlifting and all this, and eventually we were traveling around the world promoting Special Olympics, meeting with the president of China, meeting with the president of South Africa, meeting with presidents and prime ministers and chancellors, promoting Special Olympics. And so I felt so good that I was able to reach out and to give something back to my community and my country. that the next thing when President Bush, the first, in 1988 became president, in 1990 he appointed me to be the chairman of the President's Council on Physical Fitness and Sports, and I traveled through all 50 states promoting health and fitness amongst the kids in the public schools. And I was so excited that I had this impact and I was able to give something back. And that's when I detected that kids need after-school programs, and I started the after-school programs. More than 30 years ago, we started the after-school programs. And they're now bigger than ever. We have raised since then $1.5 billion for after-school programs. And I'm traveling around the country to promote after-school programs. So all of this stuff, the reason I'm telling you this is because it was an addiction. Giving back to your community and serving the people is addictive. It feels so good, unlike anything else. And so when we had problems in California, and all of a sudden there was a recall election, my addiction took this a step further. And I said to myself, well, I'm having such a great time giving back to the people. I have more fun playing chess with an after-school kid or training with a Special Olympian than I have going down another red carpet for a movie premiere. So I said to myself, I have to go and just turn my back on Hollywood for maybe a little bit of time and go and jump into this race. And I ran for governor. And 2 months later, I was governor. So this is to just tell you how I got into this. Because there was chaos in California. They couldn't find a way out of a paperback, the politicians here. So they were looking for an outsider. And so I was able to communicate what I would do as governor, and the people voted for me. So it was people power. Even though the politicians, the Republicans were against me because I was not to the right enough. They said to me that you're not our kind of a guy. John McClintock was our guy. And the left said, oh, he's way too conservative, so they said, oh, no, he's not with us. So everyone, the businesses attacked me. The Republican Party attacked me. The Democrats attacked me. The unions attacked me. Everyone attacked me. But with all of those attacks, the people could figure it out. That schnitzel, meaning me, is not in anyone's pocket. They figured out that I'm not a party servant, that I am a people servant, a public servant. That I want to serve the people, not my party. I don't want to serve the oil companies. I don't want to serve the crazy lefts, the crazy rights. Nobody. I want to serve the people. And so that leads us into this next question about democracy, because I could see, when I was sitting there as governor, how we couldn't get things done because the way the districts were drawn. The districts were drawn where the Democrats and the Republicans get together, and the Democrats say, let's carve out the district here, we put all the Democrats here, and the Republicans say, we draw it over here, the lines, so we have all the Republicans. So what happens then is, the only way you can take out the Democrat out of the Democratic district is by being more to the left. And the only way someone can take out the Republican in the Republican district is to be more to the right. So they were going further and further to the left and to the right, and what that means is the distance between the left and the right was so far that they couldn't come together and negotiate and compromise. It was like a rubber band popped. They couldn't do it. So I realized that what the problem was the way the district lines were drawn. So of course I knew nothing about this, to be very honest with you. I was very naive, because you go in there to be governor, You can't know about everything. So I hired and brought around some experts. And they started drawing maps for me and showing me how you can fix the system and how the politicians fix continuously the system. So I said, well, wouldn't it make sense to have a totally independent commission? They said, yeah, this is the only way to do it. But that was very tough to change. So I put it on the ballot and we lost. Because the Democrats and the Republicans were fighting it. Imagine, both of the parties said, we don't want to have an independent redistricting commission. We the politicians, want to draw the district lines. And I said to myself, I know all of you are familiar with the Constitution. How does the Constitution start? We the people. That's right. It starts we the people, not we the politicians. Right? And so I said to myself, they don't want to give this right to the people. They want to hold on to this power. So this is when I realized our democracy is in danger when we let them continue this way. The sad story was that there was gerrymandering like that for the last 200 years. But you see, my mind is kind of wired weird. Because whenever it looks kind of like it's impossible, history has shown us it's impossible, no one has ever done it, that's when I wake up. I said, well, if no one has done it, like in bodybuilding, right? No Austrian has ever won this universe. So of course I had to do it. To show to them, yeah, Austrian can do it and we can take the trophy away from the Americans and from the British and from the French. They always won the Miss Universe titles. So when they said no German could ever with an accent like that be a leading man in movies. And I said, well, then it's time for me to be the first one. But the same is also with the redistricting. I said, okay, if it's never been done, I think that we can do it. And then we lost and we lost and we lost. But eventually, the people voted yes. And we had, all of a sudden, an independent commission to draw the district lines. So we were true leaders in California. And we had then the commissioners and us, we were traveling all over the United States. The good word, because California is always a leader, spread the good word that here's another way of going. And literally more than 30% of the districts in America started having independent commissions. So great, great work was done at that point, and I was very happy with the great work that this independent commission did. And it just shows to you the approval rating of the legislators was like 20% before the independent commission drew the district lines, and then after that it went up to 48%. Because the Democrats and the Republicans had to get together and had to compromise. So the Democrats became more like Republicans, and the Republicans became more like Democrats. So they met in the middle. And remember, this is the important thing. It's like President Eisenhower said, that politics is like the road. The left and the right is the gutter. And the center is drivable. You see what I'm saying? So that's what the action is in the center, the left and the right. And of course, it was not easy. Because imagine now you're there as governor for the first time. I think the only other governor that was really open-minded like that was Hiram Johnson. He became governor in 1911. And he's the one responsible that we have the initiative process in California in the first place. He was responsible for, the recall election. All of those kind of things, direct democracy, Hiram Johnson was responsible for. And so I was sitting there and I said, I'm going to have on my team some Democrats. I don't want to have just Republicans, and here I knew what the Republicans were thinking. I was a Republican. So I said, let's have some Democrats. the Republican Party asked immediately for a meeting at the hotel across the street from the Capitol. We want to have a meeting. I say, okay, very happy to meet with you. Hopefully you have some good ideas that we can use. So we met the next day, and they sat down with me and they said, how could you have Democrats in your administration? I said, because I believe that if you take half of the talent out, then you only have half of the brain power. I said, I don't believe that if you have a Republican administration, that you should only have Republican brains. I said, because the Democrats have just as good a brains, but they see it just from a different lens. I said, but I want to hear that. I want to hear their arguments. So that's why I want to have Democrats in my administration. Yeah, but your chief of staff, she's a Democrat. I said, so? Well, you have to get rid of her. I said, as far as I know, is that the governor decides who is chief of staff. It's not the party. Are you guys crazy? Yeah, but she is gay. She is gay. I said, what's the problem there? Then he looked at me, you cannot have a gay chief of staff. I said, get the F out of here. And I threw them out. Meeting was over. I mean, it was absolutely outrageous. So anyway, so just to show where I come from and what you have to do and how you have to fight for democracy and for everyone having their voice. Because, I mean, there's some crazies out there. It's that simple. And this is what I think it leads to what is going on today. Because today, they want to dismantle this independent commission. They want to get rid of it under the auspices, we have to fight Trump. Doesn't make any sense to me that because we have to fight Trump to become Trump. I mean, two bad behaviors don't make a right behavior. Two wrongs don't make a right. It doesn't make any sense to me at all. To go back with our principles and the map that they've drawn, that they're going to put in front of the public, was drawn again by the politicians. Drawn by the politicians. Now we happen to have today a few of our independent commissioners from our independent commission here. Would you please stand up? Please give them a big hand. This is what the people that were drawing the maps up and down now. Stay standing, please, just for 1 second. Did any of you get asked to help with drawing the maps that they're going to present to the people in November? So it was all the politicians that drew it. Okay, here you are. Okay, so just so you know, it was the politicians not letting the independent commission do their work. It was the politicians that drew the maps, and there was no one from the public at all participating in this process. So this is important for you to know. So they are trying to fight for democracy by getting rid of the democratic principles of California. That started way back with Hiram Johnson. So it is insane to let that happen. This is why it is important for you to vote no on Proposition 50. And I hate to get political here, but this is not political. This is more about democracy, because we are celebrating democracy. The UN in 2007 said, let us make a democracy day worldwide to celebrate democracy, to celebrate open governments and transparency and human rights. But there was no transparency here the way they drew the maps. And that is the most important thing in democracy is transparency. So just remember that if you vote yes on that, you're going backwards. If you shoot a commercial, you would have all of those guys up in Sacramento walk backwards and do everything backwards, because that's what they want to do, is take us backwards. But we're not going to go backwards. And other people are going to be smarter than that.
Governor, we would love to open it up for questions from the people. So we're going to take the first question from this room, and then the second question is going to come from our DC Capitol campus, where there are dozens of students who are actually watching this live stream. So please, anyone who's interested in asking a question, there's microphones up here, and I think you just need to line up. Is that right, Adam? Okay.
Very nice.
Hi, Governor. Thank you so much for speaking with us. It means a lot just hearing your story and everything. It's very inspiring. My question is, today there was an LA Times article that came out saying that UCLA is being fined over $1 billion. And this seems like kind of an attack on academia, and what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I wish that I could answer that, but I mean, I don't know the details, number one. Number two, I try to stay with the subject of democracy and with the subject of Proposition 50 and about fair elections and clean elections rather than cheating on elections.
Okay. And thank you for that answer. And with Proposition 50, how do you think it affects us as students in terms of how California's government reacts to different states? For example, how they're reacting to Texas. How does that have a direct impact on us as students?
Well, I think the key thing for any student is to fight for democracy. It doesn't matter which country you're coming from or which state you're coming from. You have to always ask yourself, is this for democracy? Anything that is against democracy, like what they're trying to do in Sacramento, which is Proposition 50, is against democracy. So this is why I'm against that. But I have to also tell you that students have a lot of power. I hope we all go out and vote, like I said, because it's a tremendous power of influence in this whole thing. And I think at USC, of course, you learn how to participate. I'm so proud of the students at USC, because I've seen it firsthand, since we have an institute here at USC, USC Schwarzenegger Institute. We've seen that a class that was teaching leadership. And at that class, the students were asked to show leadership and make changes. And there were two students that wrote up a report that said they abandoned paintings on walls, on public walls out there, and on private walls. And that somehow murals were considered graffiti. And there was a law passed to ban graffiti and therefore painting also murals. And those two students were very upset. And they made it their job to change that. And they went to hearings at Los Angeles, the City Hall. And they did all the research with the artists and with everyone that was involved in this. And they really had great arguments. By the time the whole thing was over, the City Hall changed the law. See what I'm saying? That is democracy. They got involved. They didn't think like most people just say, okay, this is the law, I don't know, they're stupid or something like that. No. They went to work systematically, and within a few months, they changed it. So they were obviously very successful with their class, and the professor that taught them was very successful. He was able, or she, I don't even know who he was able to teach them how to get involved and how to do follow through. And so this is what is important here today, is for you to tell you the story only because you have the power to create a change.
Thank you, Governor. Nice speaking with you.
Thank you.
Great. We'll go to Washington, D.C. now.
Hello, Washington, D.C. You up next?
Good?
Yes, looking good.
My question is in the context of more existential issues, like the current Supreme Court, congressional inaction, and the illegal use of National Guard, why does the California redistricting actually matter? And how is it not just a distraction from issues with more immediate and extensive consequences?
I don't think that they use it as an, for any other purpose other than weakening democracy in California, to be honest with you. And so I think that we have to do everything that we can to educate the people and to make sure that the people understand that the politicians want to take the power away from the people here in California, and they want to take it back so they have the power. And that is the worst thing. Like I said to you earlier, the Constitution does not start with the politicians, it started with the people. And I think this is what is important here.
So essentially you think it has nothing to do with the federal government?
No, it has nothing with the federal government. It has just to do with they use excuses. But you have to understand they used excuses now for 200 years. When I was governor, they used excuses, all kinds of excuses. As a matter of fact, the Democrats spent millions and millions of dollars to derail the independent commission idea. Millions and millions of dollars are spent against that. They hated it. And the Republicans hated it too. Remember one thing, the reason what got me really suspicious was when I saw the President pro tem in my office with the Republicans, and they spit at each other, and they were fighting each other and calling each other names. And so I said to myself, well, this is kind of odd behavior in the governor's office. But what was wild about it was that was 11 o'clock in the morning. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, I get a phone call from my front desk. They said, the senator is on the phone. The very senator that was, spitting and was throwing a fit in my office. So I picked up the phone and he says, hey, Governor, this is really great to hear you. I mean, look, I know you're involved in this redistricting reform. I don't think you should get involved in that. It's the worst idea. I said, why do you say that? But he said, it's not my idea. It's also my friend's idea. And the Republican, I don't want to mention no names, but the Republican that he spit at in the morning is the same guy now that is sitting with him at the bar across the street. And he says, come on over here. I call him Charlie now, okay? Come on over here, Charlie. He says, talk to the governor. And this Republican now, in front of the Democrat, says, yeah, we both agree that it's a bad idea. You should not get involved in the redistricting commission and in this proposition. So I said to myself, wait a minute, I've been here now for more than a year, and this is the first time that the Democrats and the Republicans have agreed upon anything. There's something not right. And that's when I became suspicious. And I then called in my team after this phone call, and they said, what was going on there? And they said, well, they both don't like it because they have one thing in common, and this is they're politicians. They want to hold on to the power of drawing the district lines and of fixing the elections. Because if they draw the district lines, that means that they would draw it in a way where there's no competition, and therefore they don't have to perform. You see, the word competition is very important here. Because when you have competition, I don't know if you saw the fights this last Saturday, but there were UFC fights on, and then there were also boxing fights on. But there were unbelievable performances in those fights. But the reason was because there was another person in the ring. There was competition. If any of those fighters would have been alone in the ring, there would have been no competition. So this is what I'm talking about, is competition. When we draw the district lines fair, there's competition. And therefore the parties have to perform. They have to perform. Because now they don't have to perform. As soon as they go and they draw the district lines themselves, they don't have to perform. Look at this, in the majority of places in America, the politicians draw the district lines. Do you see any performance? For how many decades have we seen now the debt increasing? I don't see a performance there that someone gets rid of the debt. For how many years and decades do we see crime in the inner cities? I don't see any performance there. I mean, for how many years do we need immigration reform? True comprehensive immigration reform. There's no movement there on immigration reform. So the list goes on and on and on. They don't have to do anything. The approval rating of the legislators in Washington is 24%. I guarantee if I come out with a movie and I test it in front of an audience and it has only 24%, that means the movie went in the toilet. It's over. 24% is the approval rating, which is worse than herpes. You see what I'm saying? This is how pitiful it is. They can't get anything done because there's no competition, and they don't have to get anything done because they get re-elected and re-elected and re-elected. We in California want to do it differently. We want to keep this independent redistricting commission, which is made up of Democrats and Republicans and independents, and they've done a fine job up until now. And that's why California is the #1 state in the union with the highest GDP. Everything is, not everything is great, a lot of problems still, but we are #1. And at the same time, we are the cleanest state with the best and most firm and advanced environmental laws that the oil and the coal companies have tried to take out for years, but they can't, because we always terminate them, if you know what I mean. So this is why, just to answer your question, that's why don't get sidetracked with this is something to do with federal government, it has something to do with this or that. They just want to go and get rid of and weaken democracy in California.
Thank you.
Thank you, absolutely.
All right, we have time for one more question.
Hi, Mr. Schwarzenegger. First of all, thank you so much for coming. And my question was like, throughout your career, you've obviously been a lot, and you've had to, face a lot of criticism, whether it was like judges critiquing your physique, or people trying to critique your acting or your political career. How do you believe like critically weighing, information, whether to accept it or not, has influenced your view on democracy, and what lesson has that taught you, and how could that help students?
Well, first of all, I think that I'm never critical of critique. Because I think, like you said, the judges in a bodybuilding competition. I would go up to the judges after the competition and I would say, what was it that I needed to do in order to be better? I remember one judge said, Arnold, your arms are 22 inches, but your calves are only 20 inches. Your calves ought to be the same size as your biceps. And then I would train the whole year. I would have 3, 4 guys sitting on my back to do donkey races and to do calf races, and I would do like 15, 20 sets every day, my calves. And a year later, the judge never ever said that again. See what I'm saying? So you can listen to the critics. I have had, for instance, when I remember in 2005, I called a special election here in California, and I lost all 4 propositions. Of course I was upset. Whenever you lose, you're upset. But I listened to the people carefully, and they said, you just took on too much. It was too much. And so therefore, I went out to the people the next day and I said, I'm sorry, I took on too much, I've listened to you, and I will now work closer with the legislators, Democrats and Republicans alike, and I will move forward in a more systematic way, blah, blah, blah. So they forgave me, because 9 months later, I was re-elected with 57% of the votes to be governor again. So the people forgive you, and you have to, but they have to see that you're listening. You have to listen to the people, and I listened very, very carefully. And I think the people are very smart, and they can give you the answers. That's why it's very important to do polling, to just always ask questions to the people. So to me, the people are the ultimate bosses. I always am very proud that my mind was always set not to be a servant to anyone else, but the people. That is it. The people is the most important thing. My movies are made for the people. The bodybuilding was always made for the people, to entertain people, to inspire them, and to get them going. And I think it's key that we always go and bring everyone together in order to get things done. You know, even though they say maybe it's impossible. I just tell you before you leave, and I know you're looking at the watch probably, but I just want to tell you, in 1970, when I became Mr. Olympia the first time, I immediately started thinking about we got to promote this worldwide, this sport of bodybuilding. And at that point they said bodybuilding would never be popular. Because it's a narcissistic sport, you're doing it in front of a mirror, always looking at yourself, probably the majority is gay, and definitely stupid. Because otherwise, why would you spend so much time in your body and not in your brain? And it was going on and on and on with all the kind of, you're going to die early and all this stuff, right? Well, I said, look, the way I see it is that one day we will have more supermarkets, we will have more gymnasiums than we have supermarkets. And look at it now. I mean, we are 5 decades later, there's not one single hotel in the world that doesn't have a gym. Every military base has huge gymnasiums. Every university has a gym. Every club has a gym. Football, every sport has a gym. So think about that. Every fire station, every police station, no matter where you look, high schools, everywhere they have gyms. So this is what is going on, and there's a huge industry. So this is what happens when everyone works together and when you never give up. You promote and you promote. This is why with democracy, that's the way we have to promote democracy. To keep reminding people and have events like this, which was so happy that President Kim did that, organized that, and to bring us together and to talk about it and to remind people that we have something very unique and very powerful in America here, which is democracy. And we got to protect it, and we got to go and fight for it. We all have to participate in this. Thank you very much for your question.
Governor Schwarzenegger, thank you for joining us at USC, and happy democracy.
Thank you.
And fight on.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for listening.
Got it like that little like car. All right, let's.
researchers say is used by roughly.
Okay, thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
All American adults.
Okay, bye. Bye, guys. Bye.
Shots up.
Did they move up your time slot?
I don't think. Hi. Sure, mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Can you guys hear me? I asked them, or I heard them. I don't know if they can hear me. Yeah, mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Can you hear me?
So they're gonna put her on live channel. They're gonna put her on live channel 1. Can you guys see her on live channel 1?
Can you guys hear me? What are they telling you? Hey, mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. All right. All good. Okay, great. Mike and Sandra, right? Sandra, a deal to save TikTok. Mike, Sandra, a deal to save TikTok is in the works ahead of the latest deadline that would ban the app. Researchers say it's used by roughly a third. Oh. Deal to save TikTok is in the works ahead of its latest deadline. Ban the app.
Well, we had to change cameras because she was in the middle of the Trump remarks. So, and she's also doing ABC News Live. So we didn't do it in the camera that you're talking about. So that's why I was changing. Okay, she's going. I'm sorry, one moment.
Hey there, Sandra and Mike. So a deal to save TikTok is in the works ahead of its latest deadline that would ban the app, researchers say, is used by roughly a third of all American adults. Thank you. U.S. had threatened to go forward. U.S. had threatened to go forward with the ban if China didn't make certain concessions around tariffs, other economic policies. It's unclear now where all of that stands. Treasury Secretary Besant says he expects the U.S. had threatened to go forward with the ban if China didn't make certain concessions around tariffs and other economic policies. Unclear right now where all of that stands. Treasury Secretary Besant expects there won't be more trade talks. That threatened to go forward. Now, the U.S. had threatened to go forward with the ban if China did not agree to certain concessions around tariffs and other economic policies. It's unclear for now where all of that stands, but Treasury Secretary Besant expects there will be more trade talks between the U.S. and China in about a month. We're live in Washington. Cristiano Cordero, Channel 7 Eyewitness News. Thanks so much.
Thank you, too.
Okay. Thanks.
We did that.
Why does it have to be so complicated?
And then she was asking me, what does this mean? I was like, I'm not even in my regular spot. I don't know what monitors you're referring to. Like, I don't know what you're saying. I don't have anything here.
It was nice that they flipped this over, though. Okay, now we have News Live in 12 minutes. So I don't need you here, but I do need the knack to flip my audio and, my IFB back and return.
Hey, Greg, it's Rebecca again. Sorry to bother you. Would it be possible for you to switch back Christian to ABC News Live? Okay, amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, they're switching me back.
Thank you.
I have to cut this Trump thing.
Okay.
Text me if you need anything, okay?
Will do. Thanks so much.
No problem.
Thanks, guys.
I think turning point could be, you know, through what happened, this horrible act, it could be maybe bigger than it could have ever been had he been there. And I will say this, he'd be very happy if he saw what was going on. And there's some very good people, because I speak at Turning Point quite a bit. And Charlie would call me up. So the last time I spoke to him, he said, sir, and I think it was Phoenix, sir, could you get to Phoenix? This was like in a day. I said, Charlie, I'm the President of the United States. You're calling, asking me if I could speak tomorrow in Phoenix. You can't do that to me, Charlie. But usually I ended up going. He was great. He was a great guy, and he didn't deserve this. He didn't deserve this, believe me.
Ilhan Omar, after his assassination, called Charlie Kirk a reprehensible human being. Should she be stripped of her community assignments?
I would say, I think she's a disgraceful person. You know, I think she's a disgraceful person, a loser. It's amazing the way people vote. I know it's people from her area, maybe of the world. I don't know. They got here and they vote her in. It's hard to believe, but I think she's a disgusting person.
And one more question, if I could. A lot of these, in recent of these trans shooters that we've seen over the last couple incidents, this flag right here is up and down 14th Street. This is what would be a trans flag. A lot of people are very threatened by this flag. It means a lot of different negative things to people, violence. Would you be opposed to taking this flag down, up and down the streets of DC?
Well, I wouldn't be. Then they'll sue and they'll get freedom of speech stuff, you know, so that'll happen. But I would have no problem with it. I will say, and Steve might just mention this, Todd, you might mention it too, because we're putting out an order. You know, freedom of speech means you can burn the American flag, which I think is horrible. But I noticed something over the last little while. You know, as you do this, you start noticing things that you wouldn't normally think. It really causes unrest and violence when they burn American flag. So the American flag, I wanted anybody burns the American flag, go to jail based on freedom of speech, goes to jail immediately. But the freedom of speech protected them, right? And so, and that's been argued a couple of times. And you know, it's one of those things. But you know what? Hasn't been argued, and we're going to be arguing it, I think, very soon. And that's the violence. They incite violence. So when I saw it just yesterday, they burned the American flag, and people that were there were fine. And all of a sudden, they're going crazy, and there's fist fights. It wasn't in Memphis either. But I will say, it incites violence. And I think you just do the exact same thing. Don't use freedom of speech. Use the incitement of violence. I mean, it's really, you got to see, these people were going at it. Yeah. And, you know, you could burn other things and people just sit there, they fall asleep. You burn the American flag, and on both sides, but the level of violence I saw this flag burning cause was incredible. It was an incitement. So I hope you guys are going to be able to do that, Pam, right?
Well, there's also groups called Trans-Tifa. So perhaps if you can label them a domestic terrorist group, then in all reality, you could take that flag down because it would represent the Trans-Tifa.
I think you probably could. Again, you'll be sued, and it's okay. I've been sued before a couple of times, you may have seen. Anyway.
Netanyahu said that he doesn't rule out targeting Hamas anywhere they are. You said that you don't want to see Qatar hit again. Are there any guarantees that Qatar...
Well, he won't be hitting in Qatar. As I say, I call it Qatar, and you call it Qatar. You're actually more right, but actually, you're allowed to go. The Emir said, you can say it any way you want, but I've always thought of it as Qatar. I think it's a beautiful sound. And actually, they've been a very good ally. And a lot of people don't know that. But he won't be hitting Qatar, but he will be maybe going after. Now, there was an article that I read in a newspaper just about an hour ago where Hamas said they're going to use the 20 hostages as human shields. They're going to bring them up from the dark tunnels, and they're going to put them in the line of fire so that if Israel goes forward, they're going to die. And I thought that was very terrible, and I put out a statement on that. You saw that.
Mr. President, Charlie Kirk, in retrospect, given all of the moving ways that this White House has paid tribute to Charlie Kirk, do you think it would have been fitting to lower the flags to half-staff when Melissa Hortman, the Minnesota House Speaker, was gunned down by an assassin as well?
I'm not familiar. The
Minnesota House House Speaker, a Democrat, who was assassinated this summer.
Well, if the governor had asked me to do that, I would have done that. But the governor of Minnesota didn't ask me. I didn't. I wouldn't have thought of that, but I would have if somebody had asked me. People make requests for the lowering of flag, and oftentimes you have to say no because it would be a lot of lowering. The flag would never be up. Had the governor of Minnesota asked me to do that, I would have done that gladly.
And given the killing of Melissa Hortman, the attack on Paul Pelosi, the attack on Gabby Giffords, the attack on the Pennsylvania governor's mansion, why make the case that violence is only on one side? It seems to be taking place.
I didn't say it's on one side, but I say the radical left causes tremendous violence, and they seem to do it in a bigger way. But the radical left really is caused a lot of problems for this country. I really think they hate our country. Okay, yeah, please.
This may be related to the RICO work that you're doing, and I'd like to confirm.
And we are really looking at that seriously.
Vice President Vance was speaking with Stephen Miller earlier today about targeting NGOs that they were saying foment violence.
Right.
Is that? Can you speak more to that? And what NGOs specifically are you looking to target, sir?
A number of them. Steve, please.
Yes, so I believe what you're referring to is there are these nonprofit entities that organize, as the president mentioned, attacks on ICE officers, attacks on Border Patrol agents, organize doxing campaigns, which are a violation of federal law. They break off cement and they bring into riots. They have organized drop points for weapons, organized drop points for gas masks, organized drop points for all the materials necessary to launch a riot. Of course, you saw that during the Black Lives Matter riots as well, too. So there's this whole network of organizations. And I think the key point the president's been making is somebody is paying for all of this. This is not happening for free. And so under the president's direction, the Attorney General is going to find out who is paying for it, and they will now be criminally liable for paying for violence.
And you know, a new thing that I've been seeing a lot of lately, but never saw before, is they're walking in with bricks and rocks and everything. And the FBI or the Border Patrol or ICE or the police are grabbing them and taking them away, and that's great. And then they whip out a hammer, and it's a beautiful hammer, really. It's nice. You know, this is not a hammer somebody happens to have. These are serious hammers, beautiful, brand new hammers, and they start breaking up the concrete sidewalks and the granite curbs in many cases. Granite is hard to cut, you know, it's very hard stone, and they're banging away and handing out pieces of stone. So instead of having it in bags, they're banging the sidewalk, knocking that. You have to see what some of these sidewalks look like when they finish, and especially the curbs, because the granite curbs are very, very expensive. And they're great, and you know, very hard. They are almost indestructible, but not when it gets pounded on for 20 minutes by some pretty strong guy. And then they hand out big chunks of stone so that people can throw them at the police and people can drop them off bridges into car windows. No, we have a long way to go, and we're going to make it all good. We're going to make it really safe. This country is going to be safe. We've got almost 3.5 years. Think of that, 3.5 years. It's a long time. It goes quickly, but at the end of that time, I hope one of the many things we can say is that we made our cities safe again. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Guys. Come on, everyone. Thank you. Moving, everybody. Thank you. Okay, guys, keep going.
What was the issue that you were saying? It was something. Hello. How are you guys doing?
1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2.
They had like pretty much everything. Really? Yeah. I think it's on the corner of M and 21st.
M and 21st, isn't that right by where the thing is?
Yes, it is very close to where the thing is.
Is it showing up on the thing?
No.
I think it's M and 21st. I'll let you know. Or are you just guessing?
I'll check my receipts when I get home. But it's like either there or blocked out.
Just a second.
that might be it.
I guess on the assumptions and predictions are
True.
somebody that's creative, or I want to know what they do. So it's pretty low percentage.
Well, we thank you all for being here. This has been a very difficult week in America. There's a wide range of emotions that have been felt by the American people and, frankly, by leaders in the nation's capital. Sadness, of course, unspeakable grief that people have felt. Many of the people here assembled in Statuary Hall today were personal friends of Charlie Kirk, knew him well, watched his ministry and his organization develop over the years. And then the sadness for so many of us turned to anger, and there's been a mixture of emotions that included fear on behalf of a lot of people around the country. This heinous political violence, an assassination. Our friend Charlie did not pass away in a car accident. He was assassinated for standing for his political beliefs. And so it's, for so many of us, it has felt as if the ground has been shaken. And it's not just the people assembled here, of course. It involves students on university campuses around America and the over 3,000 chapters of Turning Point that are on university, college campuses, and high school campuses around the country, and all of the people in the network and in the conservative movement and throughout the nation that have heard Charlie's voice and felt a part of all that he was involved with, because he was on a mixture of media and his voice was heard loudly and clearly. What we do know about Charlie is that he would not want us to be overcome by despair. He would want us to carry the message forward, to honor his memory, and to expand the legacy they left behind. I've spoken, as many of us have, at a lot of memorial services over the last several days, some in my home state. We had one here at the Kennedy Center last night, as you all know. But we felt it was appropriate for us to gather here in the nation's capital in Statuary Hall to mark the passing of our friend, to share in a moment of reflection and a prayer together, which we'll have in a few moments after a few of the leaders speak here briefly. But I've summarized in every public remark that I've given that I think the best way to honor the memory of Charlie Kirk is to live as he lived. And I've encouraged young people to do two things: advance his principles and adopt his approach. The principles that Charlie stood for were faith and freedom and family and virtue and patriotism and America, which he believed and we all believe is the greatest nation in the history of the world. Those are good principles to advance. And you honor Charlie by doing so. You honor your country, but also to adopt his approach. Because Charlie was a happy warrior, and he was not angry at anybody about any of those things that he was advancing. He never hated anyone. In fact, in Charlie's own words, he was motivated by love. He believed in the words of Scripture. He identified himself to be a Christ follower, and he tried to model that every single day in everything that he did. And as I remarked a couple of times already this week, what I loved about Charlie the most is even though he could win any debate, he never held it against anyone on the other side of the table. To the contrary, he was the very first person to reach out a hand of friendship or to put his arm around the shoulder of someone who was on the complete opposite side of the political spectrum, philosophy or ideology, because it was about the people. That's what Charlie represented, and his legacy will go on. Scripture reminds us that we should not be overcome by evil, but we should overcome evil with good. That is the legacy of Charlie Kirk.
Well, Charlie Kirk was taken from us way too soon. So young, but yet you think about the impact that this young man had on this great country. And frankly, if you look in the last few days, you can see the impact that Charlie Kirk had on the entire world. To see the outpouring, as the speaker said, of love, and truly so much love for Charlie and what he represented, and for the beautiful family he left behind. Erica, the powerful words that Erica spoke the other night, hopefully continue to show America and the world that Charlie's legacy will live on and endure what he stood for needs to endure. Because what brought Charlie to public life was really first a concern that the ability to go to college just to learn and to express your own ideas, maybe even ideas of disagreement with somebody else, with a professor, that those powerful ideas were being threatened on our campuses. That was eroding, that free speech, that ability to debate in a civil way was being taken away. And he wasn't one of those people that just said he was going to complain about it. He actually vowed to do something about it. He didn't just start an organization called Turning Point USA. Charlie Kirk started a movement that's going to grow and thrive and represent those ideals that Charlie hopefully instilled in people that didn't even agree with him. You know, he was asked what he wanted to be remembered for. Not something, frankly, that young people would be asked, but he was asked that. And what he said is, I want to be remembered for courage, for my faith. That would be the most important thing. The most important thing is my faith in my life. And you could see it when you listened to him. It's what gravitated millions of people to Charlie Kirk. And it wasn't just young people on college campuses. People, seasoned veterans of political discourse, were drawn to that same message because it wasn't just about debating politics. It was about expressing your faith and why it's so important to be able to do that freely. And we can never live in fear. We can never let whatever people think drives them not to debate, but to try to resort to political violence. It can never be accepted as the norm in this great country. It goes against everything that our country was founded upon. In fact, the most powerful notion of America was not just that our rights are granted to us by God, but that you have the right to question your government. You have a right to question your leaders, and then to do something about it. And the way you do something about it is you settle those differences at the ballot box. And Charlie truly believed that. He led movements to get young people engaged in the political process, and it truly has made a difference. And that will not end. In fact, just judging by the tens of thousands of people who reached out over the weekend and said they want to start their own Turning Point chapters in their colleges or in their high schools, shows you that this movement will only grow, and it needs to grow. But at this time, it's also important that we lean on our faith, because we can all question why was Charlie taken? Why are those two beautiful young kids going to grow up without their father? Let us vow that Erica is always going to have our prayers and our support, that she's able, and she will, make sure those young kids know the power of their father. They will always remember Charlie. But when we think about our faith, I think about Isaiah 43. In Isaiah 43, the Lord says, "Do not fear, for I have redeemed you. I have summoned you by name. You are mine. When you pass through the waters, I will be with you. And when you pass through the rivers, they will not sweep over you. When you walk through the fire, you will not be burned. The flames will not set you ablaze. For I am the Lord your God, the Holy One of Israel, your Savior." God bless you, Charlie Kirk.
I want to begin by offering our prayers to the entire Kirk family as they continue to grieve this unfathomable loss. A wife lost her husband. 2 children lost their father. A young, beautiful family has been shattered. All because an evil coward chose violence over the discourse and debate Charlie so bravely championed. The political assassination that took place this past Wednesday was sickening. It was infuriating. It was heartbreaking. And unfortunately, it was a horrific scene that we've witnessed unfold too many times before. 3 months ago, in my home state of Minnesota, another evil coward murdered State Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark in their home. He also shot and wounded Senator John Hoffman and his wife Yvette. Last year, President Trump was shot while on the campaign trail, and another attempt to take his life was stopped thanks to the swift response of Secret Service agents. And 8 years ago, our own majority leader, Steve Scalise, was shot while at an early morning baseball practice ahead of the congressional baseball game. Let us all be clear. There is no place in our country for politically motivated violence. None. The assassination of Charlie Kirk wasn't just an attack on one individual. It was an attack on the traditional values that make our country, this great country, great. Values of free speech, civil discourse, public debate, the ability to think independently and voice your opinions, exchange ideas, and even disagree with one another, but to do so without fear of physical retribution. Charlie created a movement by putting these values into practice on college campuses all across this country. The fact that he got killed for it, and many Americans consequently celebrated his murder, begs the question, how do we get so far away from the values our nation was built upon? More importantly, how do we get back? We live so chronically online these days that we forget that behind every idea, there's a person. And behind every person, there's a family who loves them and a creator who instills into them intrinsic value. I firmly believe that Charlie's death has providentially brought us to a turning point. We as Americans have to choose. Will we continue down this path of reckless vitriol and hate, or will we carry on the legacy that Charlie Kirk left? I want to end by thanking the Utah law enforcement and FBI Director Kash Patel for working around the clock to bring the justice, accountability, and closure to the Kirk family that the Kirk family deserves. And we find consolation in the fact that while America has lost a true patriot on Wednesday, heaven gained a saint. While we will see Charlie again one day, we will see Charlie again one day. And until then, let's make him proud by continuing the work that he started.
Well, today we certainly mourn the heartbreaking loss of Charlie Kirk, but we're also here to celebrate the enduring power of his life's work. Charlie ignited a fire in millions of young Americans, including my own daughter. My own daughter got me to see Charlie's life through a different set of eyes, an eyes of a college student, 22, 21 years old, who inspired her. And I can remember the day that he passed, we were talking about it, and you know, Ryan was visibly upset. It shook her to the core. And we were talking about it, and I said, I know, honey, it'll be okay, it'll be okay. And she's like, Mom, it will be okay. Not only did Charlie Kirk inspire me, but he inspired me to not let my conservative voice be silenced. Not only did he inspire my daughter, but he showed a lot of young Americans that love of country and faith and in freedom, those are all values that are worth fighting for. His example calls us to stand tall for the values that has built this republic, the freedom of thought, of speech, and of religion. Our prayers surround his wife, Erica, and their 2 children as we honor a true patriot whose light will guide generations to come. May the Lord bless those who mourn today, that they may be comforting in the loving grace that only He can provide.
The members would like to invite everyone to join us in a moment of silence, and then I'll close this in a brief prayer. Moment of silence, please. Heavenly Father, we come to you this afternoon with a mixture of emotions. You know our hearts. You are close to the brokenhearted. That's what Scripture promises. We have a mixture of emotions because we're sad. We're so deeply saddened by the untimely loss of our dear friend Charlie Kirk, the evil that took his life. The nation mourns. The nation is shaken by that. And we're working through that emotion. At the same time, Father, we have the sense of encouragement as well in knowing that Charlie's voice cannot be silenced, that his message will go forward, that his legacy will grow even wider than it might have otherwise, as he was martyred for the principles that he believed in, the principles of free speech and brotherly love and goodness and virtue. Father, we lift up all those who are affected by this, a nation that is in mourning, a nation that has been shaken. We ask you to comfort those who are mourning and fearful, that you encourage us to stand for that goodness and that virtue, that you remind all Americans that we are all our fellow countrymen, that one of the great things that comes from our Judeo-Christian heritage in our civil society is this idea that we can disagree in an agreeable manner. Father, remind us of our better angels, as Lincoln used to say, that we can be better and that we can end this cycle of political violence and we can remember those virtues again. Father, we pray for Erica, Charlie's young widow, their two precious children, for the Kirk family, for everyone associated with Turning Point, all the employees and the volunteers and all of these students, Father, around the country who are united in this cause. We pray that you would encourage them, encourage their hearts and their spirits, and all of us as Americans to stand for those great things and to remember that we are indeed one nation under God. Father, we trust and pray and believe that you can do all these things, and you will guide us through the darkness, and that we know at the end of the day, the light shines, and the darkness cannot overcome it. I pray and believe all these things as Charlie did. In Jesus' name, amen. Thank you for being with us.